Thank you all for those of you who already joined us. It's really exciting to have you all today. I want to quickly go ahead and talk a little bit about Products by Women. We are a community, a diverse community who've been around for a little over a year now. And it's really exciting. It's a really exciting time for us because our community has grown to over 70 plus countries with 8,000 plus members. And we're really celebrating STEAM together to celebrate International Women's Day. And, in some of the past sessions, Upasna actually mentioned that, we need to kind of come together and enable each other and build skills together. And that got me thinking. And that led to this entire series of events that we put together to celebrate, International Women's Day, where we have a bunch of panels and workshops where people can really kind of come and learn about real skills that you need to excel at your workplace and or launch a business. So today we're kicking it off with Upasna. She's going to be talking to us about how to become a conference speaker. And then we're going to have a bunch of events tomorrow, one at 10 a.m., which is fundraising for minorities and women of color, how to build a community as a startup, and how to break into a fan company. That's between today and tomorrow. But if you have RSVP'd for the event, you are going to get entry and access to the events. So stay tuned and look at your emails. Watch out to the inbound emails that are coming in. And yeah, really excited to have you here. And with that, I kind of want to pass it on to Upasna and to take it away from here.
Thank you, Nimisha. I'm so excited to be back here with Products by Women. I came across this group about a year and a half ago when I was just starting my own product management journey, and love everything about it, but most especially love the skills-based mentorship that Nimisha and the rest of the group provides here. That was the basis and motive for my creating this workshop. This workshop that I'm presenting to you all today has gone through a few different iterations. But the motive of it has stayed consistent. I spun this up back last year in September when I started to get influx of messages and questions from women in tech, particularly looking to figure out how they can break into the conference speaking circuit. And I came to realize that there is an abundance of inspirational content, but there's an enormous void and a near void of the content and information around how to actually do it. So, I've been saying inspiring someone to do something is one thing, but to show them how to actually do it is something that's been so desperately missing and needed. And so that's what I'm here for, and love to see that now there's like a week's worth of content on so many different important and relevant skills in the tech industry that Products by Women is going to be bringing to you all today. So with that, I am thrilled to share my Become a Conference Speaker with you all today. And thank you for taking the time for yourself to come and learn and gain some new skills today. Again, my name is Upasna. I live in Austin, Texas. I'm the product manager on the digital news and platforms team at CNN. I'm also a speaker coach at Shine Bootcamp. They are a speaker accelerator for women and non-binary people. They do 4 cohorts a year. So if you're interested in a more immersive type of program, I highly encourage you to look into their educational offerings. I'm also a mindfulness and meditation teacher, and I spun up a little passion project last year called Working from Home, which kind of marries mindfulness and remote working success and my kind of trials, tribulations, and learnings there. It's just a little and on Instagram right now. So if that piques your curiosity and interest, definitely feel free to follow me there. Pretty active on Instagram and Twitter both. So would love to see you guys out there and engage with any questions you have there as well afterwards. So with that being said, let's dive into this quick agenda and what we're going to be covering today. First of all, why is it important for women to have a presence on the speaker roster? Seems like an obvious question and answer, but I want to dive into some of the statistics around it before we get into the tactical part of the workshop around how to choose a presentation topic, where to speak and how to find relevant events, and then how to craft a compelling proposal. So once we get into that part of the workshop, I highly encourage you to have a note-taking method around you so we can go through and you can actually work through some of these exercises as I go through the workshop. You will get a copy of all of this stuff afterwards, so don't feel the need to try to remember and record everything. What I do suggest you do is, as you are inspired and ideas come to your mind as we go through the exercises, that you indeed do like journal them, write them down, document them in whatever way is most comfortable for you. So first and foremost, let's talk about current representation in the tech industry. And just to be clear, this data is about 9 months old. So post-pandemic data is actually a little more dire and harrowing than this, unfortunately, but this still paints a pretty clear picture of the issue, where women's representation in the technical workforce is at 20%. And in that percentage, only 5% of leadership positions in the tech industry are held by women. This is a direct reflection of what we see in the conference circuit. This was very visible when I used to go speak at tech conferences in person, where women represented 25% of the speakers at tech conferences. And even worse, 70% of women speakers at tech conferences reported being the lone woman to speak. So basically being the token woman on a panel or in a session. And again, been there, done that so many times that it's been disheartening. And I'm sure some of you in this room have, felt and or seen that. Also just as many times as I have, if not more. We hear this phrase a lot: we can't be what we can't see. And it's so true. But why is it particularly important in the tech industry, right? Technology is supposed to be all about true innovation and meaningful innovation. But the thing is that we can't actually innovate if we're not inclusive. Inclusion drives innovation. And if there isn't inclusivity on these tech conference speaker circuits and on the rosters, we're not talking about anything innovative. Anyone can be a great speaker. Any single person, and this means every single person in this room, because it's an acquired skill and you can learn it with practice and get better at it over time. It's just like working out to become healthier or to become stronger. Over time and with practice, this is a skill that you can cultivate and become an expert in. And there are tremendous benefits of conference speaking. There are obvious ones, but there are some other ones that manifest in pretty amazing ways over time as well. One of the most important ones is that you learn how to fluently speak your mind, and you start to exchange a lot of that self-doubt you might feel when you're presenting at work or outside of work or in any sort of public speaking forum with actual self-confidence. I used to say stuff a lot like, oh, well, never mind, it doesn't matter. You will find yourself not saying those types of cryptic and unsure type of words because you've previously lacked the confidence to state your case clearly. But when you start practicing and public speaking, you become hyper aware of the words that you choose to speak and how they impact other people. So you are then able to really fine tune your communication skills for any and every type of person that you encounter. Confidence is what it all comes down to. To me, that is a big part of determining your success. There's another great benefit to conference speaking, and that comes in the form of critical thinking. Because when you go through problem-solving scenarios to develop a pitch and defining a topic, you're going to need to learn how to think through real problems and provide tangible solutions. And you'll learn how to analyze the potential costs and benefits of those solutions. And this, in turn, enables you to enhance the ability to conduct and analyze the research you need to deliver a compelling presentation. And one of the individualistic and personal and more human ways that public speaking really manifests is that over time you start to foster a sense of curiosity about a wide range of topics. You curate more interests, and you also generate this kind of inquisitiveness about the world and your subject matter expertise. Curiosity is the second engine to achievement. Curiosity and confidence go hand in hand, and also they determine how passionate you are about something. And this is the stuff that really comes through when you're presenting. All of these things ultimately lead you to gain the skills to become a great leader. Because we all know in every single job description and every single conversation, everyone talks about how communication is the most important skill for a leader to have, or for a great job candidate to have. And that's because you need to learn how to convey your messages so that you can unite stakeholders and individual contributors around your mission and around a single mission. And because you'll be public speaking and talking about the subject that you're an expert in, you'll now have this external platform and audience to amplify your own domain knowledge and become more solidified as an SME. Leaders require the capacity to drive change, and public speaking skills are the way to actually cultivate that ability. You don't have to wait until you reach the top to be a leader. There's not a certain title you need. There's not a certain salary you need to attain. There's not a specific team or position you need to be on. Every single person in this room has the capacity to become a leader. So one of the biggest questions we get around, where do I start? Where do I even look to start down this path of public speaking at external conferences or events or even at work? Start with the basics, and how to choose a presentation topic is going to get you off on the right foot. But when you go into this exercise, I want you to think of yourself as a teacher and not a speaker. If you remember this throughout your entire journey, the passion and the genuinity of what you're talking about will always come through. There's this kind of like, I noticed this on after talking on Clubhouse in several different conversations over the course of the past few months, and as it's kind of gained in popularity, and there's people who either hate it and there's people who either love it. And I really think it's come down to what you're trying to get out of it. And I think this is the same thing for speaking externally as well. People who are looking to provide and give and help are going to have a very different experience than the ones that are looking to get and receive and try to win something or really like take something. So if you go in with this teacher mentality, again, you're going to come across as passionate and genuine. And this leads into one of the biggest key takeaways that you need to remember throughout this journey as well. On any single subject, no matter what you're talking about, there's always someone who knows more than you, and there's always someone who knows less than you. That means you'll always have something to learn, and you'll always have something to teach. So let's think about that for a second while I repeat it. On any given topic, there's always going to be someone who knows more than you, and there's always going to be someone who knows less than you. That means that you're always going to have something to learn, and you're always going to have something to teach. If you can go back and forth between being a student and a teacher, you're already on the path to becoming a great leader, and honestly, a pretty good quality of career life as well. Okay, so let's get into some tactical stuff. Step one, let's define the goal. Again, I mentioned, kind of intention around why are you doing this and why do you want to do it? Start at a high level. How can you share your passion for a certain technology that changed the way that you work or think? How can you help other people learn from a mistake that you made? This one is huge because vulnerability is going to be what taps into your audience and makes them engaged and makes them stick and helps content really resonate. Offer solutions to a complex problem that you encountered, or show successful navigation through a technical roadblock that you encountered. Use everyday inspiration to pick a topic. It can be high level, it can be super specific, but make sure you are defining a problem and a solution. One awesome way to kind of workshop through this is by creating a mind map. So you might have several different ideas across the board in various topics, which is totally fine. I would suggest narrowing it down to maybe like 2 to 5. And then from there, creating a mind map for each of those high-level ideas that you have. So you can organize and visualize each of your topic ideas. At the core of this mind map, I want you to define in detail, what problem did you solve? What problem are you going to help the attendee solve? And then from there, we're gonna branch out into these kind of sub questions and subtopics that'll fill in the rest of your talk. That's gonna be stuff like, what are the tools that you used? What kind of roadblocks did you encounter? What techniques did you test out? What research did you conduct? And why is this important to the attendee? Turn one of your aha moments into a teachable moment. This is how I came about creating this workshop. I went through these exact same exercises. I go through them every time I create a talk. My aha moment was, oh my God, okay, damn, there's nothing out there that shows women how to actually go and create a pitch and define a topic. And I had the resources and templates saved and created from my several years of delivering and applying for talks. And I realized I could just templatize and turn those into exercises and turn them into a workshop and share them with you all. Things that clicked with you are going to click with at least a few other people. So think about the time when a light bulb went off in your head and use that as your starting point and work on your mind map from there. And then from there, your third step, once you have a couple of really good, strong mind maps on different topics, you're going to grade your ideas. So if you explained the topic to a friend, how would you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 5 for each of these 4 factors? Passion, expertise, confidence, and relevancy. So I'm going to backtrack a little bit here, talk about each of these in a little more detail. Relevancy. How critical is the solution to your industry? How relevant is it to the work that you do and the people that you need to help? Second, confidence. How relaxed and poised are you when you're discussing this topic with a friend? That'll tell you how confident you are. Are you nervous? Are you kind of stumbling over your words and not sure what to say? That's okay if you are. That just means that's the area that needs a little more practice. If you're super comfortable and poised and just conversationally discussing this with a friend, that means your confidence there is super high. Expertise. This means how well can you explain the topic to someone outside of your industry and inside of your industry, and what's the delta there? And then passion. How much does the topic excite you and how much do you love learning about it? Create a chart kind of like this and grade them. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of writing this stuff down and doing the exercises. It is not the same to do it in your head as it is to get it down and visualize it. You will start to kind of generate more ideas when you see them in front of you, and also really hone in on the areas that need more development and the areas that you're really, really strong in. So get it down on paper or whiteboard or your note-taking app, or like I said, just get it down in front of you so you can visualize it. I can't emphasize this part enough too. Like, these very simple exercises are gonna be the foundation for all of your pitching and all of your talks going forward. And anytime someone asks me, where do I start? I say here, this is it. Start here with the mind map and grading. Qualifying these ideas at this step is going to let you, kind of lend the types of opportunities that you're going to get going forward, and how well you deliver them, and how many more opportunities you're going to get afterwards. Okay, so let's go back to this to the grading scale for a second. So we have the 4 factors: passion, confidence, expertise, and relevancy. Pick the topic where you score the highest overall, but also the highest in passion. Passion is the most important of the 4. But if there's something that aligns across the board, recognize that and dive into that a little bit deeper. But some kind of anecdotes on notes on passion. Age, education, experience help perceptions of expertise, but they don't ever actually guarantee you're good at something. I don't care if you don't have 10 years of experience in product management. That doesn't mean you can't talk about it. That also doesn't mean the person with 10 years of experience is more of an expert than you are. So it is all about, again, the passion and the relevancy and the confidence behind what you want to discuss. This is just the byproduct of caring about and being committed to practicing and continuing to hone your craft. If you're passionate about making a difference, don't let this so-called lack of experience hold you from sharing what you want to share. The more you communicate, the more opportunities you're going to have to fine-tune and refine your ideas to build your expertise. Purpose directs passion, and passion ignites purpose. That's really wordy, and another way of saying choose the one where you're really, really, really passionate. So let's go back to some like journaling prompts. I like to keep these questions for the end because the first set of exercises is really like tactical, logical. Let's get the shit down on paper and figure out what you're good at and what you're confident about. But then there's the element of storytelling that comes into your presentation. And that is when more of like this journaling type of aspect becomes really, really important. Think about what you're endlessly curious about. What can't you stand about your industry or the people that you work with? What bugs you and what makes you really pissed off? Think about when emotions are running strong in you. What is that rooted in? It's something. We all have it. What has it felt like there's an obvious question that nobody's asking and you have it in your head and you know the answer to it? Where do you go when you why something to death? Why this? Why is this happening? Why do we do it like this? Why don't we do it like this? Why don't we do it like this instead of this old way that it's always been done? Why aren't people thinking about it in this new way? Think about what evokes strong emotion out of you and go there. This creates kind of this arc for your presentation as well, right? So we're going to have the proposal, which we're going to get into next, but you have your topic, you have the meat and the crux of it as far as problem and solution and talking about that. But again, the way to make your audience stick, especially virtually now, where most conferences are honestly going to stay virtual too, you have to be really confident and comfortable talking to yourself in a computer screen. I'm really happy that some of you guys have cameras turned on now because I'm used to speaking at myself for most of this time. So you have to, like, that's how comfortable you have to be with the topic and how excited and passionate you need to be about it too, where you can stare yourself down in your own computer screen and deliver a great presentation. But that comes from a very human element of storytelling and empathy and passion. So make sure you have that, because when you're presenting virtually, that has to be hyped up to a whole nother level. There's a challenge that comes with presenting virtually that never existed before. When you're presenting on a physical stage, you have the audience and their energy to feed off of. You have their body language to feed off of. You see people's heads nodding if they're resonating with something you're saying, or they're like writing stuff down, or they're looking at you. You don't have any of that when you're presenting virtually. Most of the time, the majority of the time, you don't have that. So that's why if you're telling something that you're emotional about and passionate about, let that serve as the arc of your entire presentation and use that story throughout your presentation. So going back into some more emotional and empathetic type of journaling to create your story arc. Write down a time where you experienced pain or loss or rejection or frustration. Again, what pissed you off so much and you just knew you were right and you wanted to just like take a megaphone and blare it out to everyone? When was a time that you really messed up? This is another great place to start because, again, vulnerability sticks. People love to feel understood. They love to feel heard, and they love to feel like They're a part of something. And this comes to play when you talk about a time that you messed up and then explaining what you did to fix it, or to solve the problem, or to find a solution. Get into the specifics, journal the sights and sounds and smells and the people involved, tell the story. And of course, write down the lessons that you learned and what you want to pass on. Okay, so after you have that set of information around your topic, let's talk about where to speak and how to find the relevant events. So just like we did with our topic, we start at a high level and define your audience. Find the people who need your help and answer the questions. Who can benefit the most from the information you have to offer? What does the audience need to know about? Why should they care? What pain points do they have? And how can you solve them best? And how can you be the one to solve them better than anyone else? What industries and domains would be best served with this knowledge? Make a list of them. And no matter what your topic is, if you're a first-time speaker or just beginning your journey, start by speaking for small beginner level audiences. Every single person can help someone. Remember, there's always someone who knows more. There's always someone who knows less. So one great way to start searching is, again, start small. There's a lot of great sites where you can find smaller events and meetups and localized type of mini conferences. You can use Eventbrite, Meetup. Pay-per-call is a great one for tech-specific events. And these on here are usually already catered towards a beginner audience, and they're usually free events. And so create your speaker profiles on these platforms as well, and keep your branding consistent across all of them, especially along the lines of your job title and what you're going to offer the community. One other thing that I did a lot when I was first starting on my speaking journey was just pure Google search. I searched for terms, call for speakers, call for proposals, and then paired it with some keywords from the types of topics I wanted to speak about, and then see what you find. And then you can also, of course, filter by, within the past month, within the past year, so you get even more relevant search results. I found so much stuff this way. This also taps you into more, again, on the like big and small events, but the ones that usually aren't maybe publicized on Meetup or Eventbrite, you'll be able to go directly to the organizers or the event's website and apply there. At this point in your journey, don't be picky. No audience is too small. It's not the size of the audience that matters at this point. What's important is that they're listening and that you're helping. One really powerful thing that you can do is leverage your network. Show and tell your intent. So start by communicating that you're interested in sharing your knowledge with your friends, your peers, your mentors. The more radars you're on, the more chances are that an opportunity is going to pop up for you. Think about where you already are. What groups and or organizations are you already a part of? Let the leaders and organizers know that you're willing to offer your time and knowledge with your fellow members. Products by Women is a great group to do that with. Let Namisha know if you are interested. I hope that's okay that I said that, Namisha. Use LinkedIn and Twitter to candidly and genuinely communicate your motives and goals around speaking opportunities. Fun fact, this is exactly how I got recommended for the first meetup I ever spoke at 10 years ago, all the way up into the TED Talk that I delivered in 2019. I got recommended through my network for both of those things. So even the smallest of small things to the biggest of big events, it is all about leveraging your network and the quality of the people in there. If you're interested in listening to my TED Talk, it's called Optimizing for the Next Billion. Help the people in your network and let them help you. Remember, think of yourself as a teacher and not a speaker. Okay, so last but not least, let's talk about how to craft a compelling proposal. Let me preface this part by saying, do not start this exercise until you have completed all of the previous exercises around defining a topic that we talked about in part 1. Don't skip over anything. There are no shortcuts. You got to do the work. So once you're at this point, there are going to be 3 parts to the proposal template. But some notes before we dive into that. So you might see the term CFP a lot come up. CFP just stands for Call for Proposal, and it's an open invitation for speakers to apply to a conference. This is mostly large conferences. They use this as a formal call for speakers and call for proposals. You won't see this with smaller or medium-sized events. But after applying for and speaking at tons and tons of conferences, applying for, speaking at, and getting rejected at tons of conferences over the past 10 years, I began to see a lot of similarities in the application requirements. So this proposal template that I'm going to share with you and that we're going to work through here is a distillation of the common requirements for a template for you to keep in your back pocket / in Google Docs or something that you can use for all of your pitching going forward. So this template is going to be something that you can use in an email to a meetup organizer or for submitting a formal CFP. This template proposal will serve as your guide to continuously refer back to, reuse, and iterate upon. I have a Google Doc that I have had for literally the last 10 years that is an ongoing list of template proposals that I continuously refer back to. So there are 3 key parts to this proposal template. First one is the title, the second part is the abstract, and the third part are the key takeaways. So most of this information should already be loosely defined from the how to choose a presentation topic exercises that you already completed earlier. And in the next 3 slides here, we're going to dive into each of these 3 components. So first, let's talk about the title. First and foremost, don't overthink it at this point. As a beginner and first-time speaker, it's really important to keep it simple and keep it clear. Concise is also important here. 10 words max is a good rule of thumb to follow. Avoid jokes and puns and colloquialisms. A lot of our conferences, again, these days are to a global audience because everything is virtual. The way you say something in the United States is not the same way they say it in China, and not the same way that they say it in Australia, and the jokes certainly don't translate. So at this point, don't try to be funny. But it is good if you can to provoke some curiosity in your title. There's a cool tool that's free and online that's called Kick-Ass Headline Generator. If you're totally stumped, it's fun, and just dump some ideas in and they spit some back out to you, and it might get the juices flowing. Also, one of my favorite tips once you get a couple of speaking engagements under your belt is using alliteration in your title, because it works like a memorability charm. People remember things that are alliterated. I don't even know if alliterated is a word, but you know what I mean. Part 2 is the abstract. So the abstract summarizes the scope of your talk. Many conferences use this part of the proposal as the description of the talk in their conference agenda. So with that in mind, your target reader is the conference attendee who is reading that agenda. So deliver this abstract as if you were talking to the conference attendee. Think of this as your value proposition, the value that you're going to acknowledge, deliver, and communicate to the organizers and to the attendee. So let's keep your abstract to 4 to 5 sentences. Pose the problem your talk will provide a solution for. Always start there. Pose the problem and/or the goal. They should be aligned. Explain why it's of value and why it's important, and then define the benefits that the attendee is going to gain. And also keep this in mind as you're crafting this. A shallow introduction to tons of things is not nearly as interesting as an in-depth introduction to one thing. Don't try to be a jack of all trades here. Be a master of one. And the third part of the proposal template are the key takeaways. Think of a takeaway as a tactic. It's a simple bulleted list of 3 to 5 learning objectives. And think of these as tips that the attendee can put into immediate use after they leave your session. It should inform next steps for the attendee to take after they listen to your talk. And use the following format. session attendees will learn, and then a list of bullets. It's literally that simple, and always stay consistent with that format. This part of the proposal goes a really long way in helping reviewers of the conference and attendees better understand the point and value of your session. Okay, so now that you've gone through all these exercises, what are your next steps? What are your key takeaways? These are your key takeaways. You're ready. Proofread the crap out of this stuff. Have trusted friends, peers, mentors review your proposal templates. Make sure that it's understandable and resonates with members of your industry and members of your adjacent industries when you start. Submit as many proposals as you can. There's no a rule of 10 or 5. Just throw it out there and see what sticks at this point in your journey. But remember to define your audience, right? Like, don't submit stuff that's not relevant. If you're talking about, if you're a product manager at Google, maybe stick to really high tech type of product management circles. Or if you're an engineer at a startup, stick in the startup circle. So again, try to hone into your audience really, really well. And then once you're in there and you understand that, throw those proposals out everywhere you can. Always ask for feedback on your rejected talks and use those suggestions to improve your proposals to try again at other events. Again, this is a proposal template. You should be iterating upon this forever. Find the contact information for organizers of the smaller events and meetups and just reach out to them directly. A lot of times they'll list their emails, their names, link to their LinkedIn or social profiles. Just reach out to them directly. But when you reach out to them, what are you reaching out to them with? Your proposal template. You already have this prepared, so you're not reaching out with a blind, hey, I'd love to speak at your event. No, you're going to come prepared and armed with what you're talking about, what value it's going to bring to your audience, and why you're the best person to talk about it. That's why it's so important to do those exercises up front before you get to this step. Another note, sometimes larger, medium-sized conferences will accept a proposal that was rejected at a similar conference. And other times, the same conference will reject a proposal one year and accept it the next. Been there, done that with both of the above scenarios. And sometimes there's no rhyme or reason. And this is why you can't get really hung up on the rejection, because it's just a numbers game sometimes. Last but not least, yes, you are experienced enough. Yes, you have valuable stories to share. And yes, you can and will get accepted. These are tried and true methods that I have been using for the last 10 years and iterating upon. And again, this is my own advice that I've been taking and sharing with you all, and things I've learned from my failures and successes. I'm sharing mostly the stuff that works, and hopefully you won't have to deal with the stuff that doesn't work. But again, it's it really is not anything more complicated than going through these exercises and getting really comfortable about what you want to deliver. And then from there, talking to people about your intentions. A couple more next steps. So after you've gone through the mind maps and the grading of your topics and defining your audience and all the exercises that we just went through, start to share this knowledge with other women, because that's why we're here. There's a huge problem with the gap on these rosters, right? Like 20% is just so disheartening. And honestly, it's gotten worse over the past year because so many, especially like working moms, had to leave the workforce. So they don't even have time to go like chit chat in a conference anymore. I can't imagine what the updated numbers are. But one thing that comes from this is demystifying the complication around this, because it's not complicated. And it, like I said, it really is just going through these exercises and having this resource, which is your template, that you can reuse and recycle over and over and over again. So just share it. This is not information that needs to be locked in a box. It's not rocket science. The more we share it, the better we'll all be for it. Again, you can follow me on social. I usually share more advice and tips and upcoming events that I'm doing. I'm also planning on turning this workshop into a course, an online course that you can sign up for and have forever. And so that's in the works and coming later. But and also, of course, reach out if you have any questions. I'll do my best to help guide you. But again, I do encourage you all before reaching out with questions to make sure you've gone through all of the exercises, so we have a concrete place to start, and then happy to guide from there. And then also, if you are interested in a more immersive experience and like you want a regimented course and you're in this for like the long haul, I really recommend you check out Shine Bootcamp for their immersive instruction. They have four cohorts a year. Their winter one is going on right now, but they just opened up signups for the spring cohort. So check them out if you're interested. I can't recommend them enough. They actually were the ones that turned my little workshop that I started last year into this beautiful presentation. And that's how I became a speaker coach with them as well. So they're an amazing group of ladies, of course, women owned and run as well out of Toronto, Canada. Okay, so with that being said, we got 20 minutes left, and I am here to answer any questions that you have. So yeah, Misha, I'm going to toss it over to you.
Yeah, Upasna, I feel like, every time I hear about anything related to what you're doing, or listen, this is the second time we're doing this session, I'm always in awe and I feel like I'm learning something new. So thank you again for doing this with us. Before everybody else jumps in and starts asking their questions, and again, this is a reminder for everybody, feel free to drop your questions. Upasna is here with us for the next 20 minutes. So she'll be happy to answer your questions. But in the meanwhile, I want to ask you something which I didn't get a chance to ask you the last time. The question is that, from the time you actually started speaking at conferences and started doing that, what is that, journey you've seen in terms of your professional growth? And I think it's really important for us to spell it out here amongst all the women, that are in the room. What's the importance of doing this and why is this important?
That's such a great question. And again, I touched on it. I'm actually going to go back to a couple slides here. I touched on it in the very beginning, but it's not just about the public speaking on a stage, right? Like that's like the physical, like what you yield physically from it. But the stuff that actually manifests from it is this: the way that you begin to learn how to clearly speak your mind and become a leader, no matter what position or capability or capacity that you're in, right? You become so aware and mindful of the words that you use. And I'm just going to keep it real. People take you seriously, and like you start to gain this level of respect because you have this entire audience outside of your professional domain that now exists to kind of validate all of your your thinking and your thought leadership. And thought leadership is not anything, it doesn't have to be groundbreaking. Apparently this is thought leadership. I mean, I think of this as brass tacks, like this is just logical, pragmatic approach to doing something. But the thing is, if the way that you share it and help other people, it makes you just a stronger leader, even if you're not trying to be a leader. Especially in roles in tech, like as a product manager, I personally attribute like so much of my experience in public speaking and the skills that I gained from public speaking to the reason why I'm able to be a product manager today. I didn't even know, 2 years ago that I was going to have this role at CNN working as a product manager, but I got it as a recommendation from a former peer who is now my boss. And he made a position for me, like I was with no product management experience. And I lent that so greatly to being able to communicate effectively. And yeah, like I said, it manifests in so many different ways, professionally and personally. And I think the three that I outlined here are just the tip of the iceberg of speaking your mind fluently and critical thinking and the way that you communicate that critical thinking. And then, of course, becoming a great leader.
Well, thank you for that. We have a question from Sin. How do you ask for compensation with speaking engagements? Before we dive into this question, I do want to say for everybody who's out here, Upasna has never asked us for any compensation for this event or any of her past events. None of our speakers actually charge us. The reason I'm putting it out there is because I think it's really important to talk about the importance of coming out there and speaking in different engagements, whether it's with products by women or anywhere else. It's about thought leadership, like Upasna just mentioned. And Upasna, if you'd like to add on here and talk about this, I think there is a little bit more to unpack. If there are those avenues for those who are more seasoned to kind of how do you kind of put your rate card out there? What are those avenues? Can you talk a little bit more about that?
That was a great setup. Thank you. And just to emphasize, I would not think about asking for compensation until you have at least 2 to 3 years of solid public speaking experience under your belt, and at least a couple of like larger scale events. With that being said, you might get opportunities to do it, and you should absolutely take those. And I don't know, because there's not a general, this goes back to defining your topic and your audience and asking the speakers in that niche. Some conferences and events have flat rates for speakers. Some of them used to offer travel compensation. I've seen it across the board. And I would say, again, if you're in the beginning phases of your journey or a first-time speaker, I would not use this as a motive to go and speak. And I am all about getting that money. Okay, like, don't get me wrong, that is important, and I always want women to get paid. But this is an entirely new kind of skill that you're trying to cultivate and hone at this point. And do it as I mentioned in the presentation, as a teacher, and kind of building your brand. And then from there, once you start to see people coming to you and asking you questions, that's when you know you've made it as a speaker. And then you can start asking for things in return. So if you are getting people reaching out to you after you speak and you start to see like people taking up a lot of your time, and you're like, okay, yeah, like this is becoming a thing now, then you know, like that is a strong indicator that you are ready to ask for that type of compensation. And it comes in many different forms, and it really depends on the group, right? Like, I personally don't do a lot of stuff for free anymore. And I'm going to be very honest about that. I'm very selective about who I do it for and what I do it for. I love this group with all of my heart, and I believe in its mission. And so, I mean, when Namisha was like, dude, can you come do your workshop one more time? It was like I didn't even have to think twice. I was like, first I was like, wait, people really want me to do it again? And I was like, okay, I'll do it. But it's also like, what are your goals and objectives professionally? And try to go and speak at places that align with that. And then when people start coming to you, start seeking out speakers in that industry and in that space and ask them. It is so different, like product management versus engineering versus like speaking at a little startup event versus speaking at, like South by Southwest. It's so different and off the board and across the board, but tap into the people who are there and seek their advice.
That's such great advice. Thank you so much, Upasna. You are such an advocate for imposter syndrome. I remember in one of in one of our conversations, you spoke about how women should just take that piece out of their brain and throw it out there. Can you talk a little bit about imposter syndrome and how one can kind of get over this feeling of, constantly thinking that they're not good enough? Not good enough. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have an article to recommend that I just recently read. If you follow me, you might have seen it. It was written by 2 brilliant women of color, one Indian and one African American. I think one is a professor, if not both of them. And it's called "Stop Telling Women They Have Imposter Syndrome," because it's completely mislabeled and all about diagnosing the woman as having a problem, as opposed to the system that created the problem for the woman. And then putting the blame on the women as like, you need to get over this thing. Like, there's nothing. It's like this misconstrued diagnosis. I don't have, like, my advice for it is get over it.
Yeah.
We all feel it. We're all gonna feel it, but I don't want to call it imposter syndrome anymore. It's okay to be like, oh my gosh, like I'm feeling really nervous about this, or I'm feeling really uncomfortable in this situation. What is gonna get me to feel comfortable? Like, talk about the root causes and like what we can do to overcome them. And for like someone else, it's going to be totally different, right? Like a working mom is going to have a very different problem than the person who just got out of college and is starting their product management career. We can't label all of that imposter syndrome. Like, they're wildly different circumstances and wildly different like feelings, right? And so what has been done, and I think this term was coined like in the 70s, in the United States at least, they just bucketed it all together and like called it imposter syndrome. Like, such bullshit. Like, no, it's not. It's just talk about your feelings and then find a way to move through them. And it happens to all of us, and it's going to continue to happen forever. But think about what it actually is that is like kind of evoking this type of feeling of discomfort or lack of confidence, and then work on that. Yeah, just forget the imposter syndrome label.
Awesome. And Upasna, I this is a very interesting question that's come in about social media. You have done such an amazing job of branding yourself on social media and using these channels for the right reasons and really building out your coaching, vertical, and people know you now for what you do. So any tips for how one can kind of put themselves out there? Because I honestly feel like I want to do that, but sometimes I get exhausted and I'm not very consistent. It is very tiring. It's a lot of work. So any tips out there
Yep.
for people who want to kind of build their brand?
I think it's just stuck with me since, I don't know, one of my old bosses kind of ingrained it in my head about 8 or 9 years ago, since I was one of the only females in our team, and she was like, start building your personal brand, and it stuck with me since then. But I didn't really know what that meant. Honestly, I still don't know what it means, but here's what I do. Okay, like, think about, and it goes back to one of the slides I had on here of, think of yourself as a teacher. Like, I just share stuff that I think about like randomly on the fly. I don't like plan. I don't like have a content calendar. I don't like, and not to say that you shouldn't do those things. I'm just saying, like, I also don't have time to like sit down and like put together a month-long content plan. And honestly, I'll think of something on the fly and be like, holy shit, like I want to share this because it clicked for me, right? And so like one of the things we talked about was turn your, let's see, where's the slide? Use everyday inspiration to pick a topic, right? That changes every day. Something might happen at work that like inspires like a shareable, like insight or nugget. I use Canva a lot, which is great. I have templates created in there, like really simple ones that I just drop text in and shoot off. I'm all about efficiency because I'm actually super lazy. So like, I don't have plans or strategies behind it, but the things that I do, and they came from the exercises in here, is I understand like the type of people I'm trying to help. I know my audience. I know my goals, right? Like, I'm trying to help people like me. I'm trying to help women in tech, the women who are trying to break into public speaking, women who are trying to aspire to be product managers. So know your audience and then share stuff that's helped you. That's what I do. Think of yourself as a teacher.
No, that's awesome. And Upasna, I want to switch gears a little bit, and we have a very interesting question that's come in from Pooja. She asks, "Is there a storytelling framework that has worked well for you?" This is very interesting to me because not just at like a tech conference setting, but also at a workplace, storytelling is very important, especially in the product area or as you're kind of moving from mid-career level to senior levels, right? And you spoke about how you need to build a compelling narrative for the people you're delivering to. So any tips for how one can kind of build a presentation or a delivery when you're preparing at a work setting?
That is a fantastic question. Yes, I do. This is also, I really like systems and frameworks that are in 3 parts. So this is also a 3-part framework for that. I use this a lot when I worked in advertising agency world and I had to deliver a lot of decks to clients. And so first start with, and so this is more tactical, but it also will give you the arc for your storytelling. So first is draw on the observation. What are you observing? Again, sight, sounds, what did you see? What do you hear? So observation is part one. Part two is insights. So observation is just very objective, right? Insights require a little more like intellectual analysis, and a little more like deeper dive into like what around the understanding of what you saw. So observation, part one. Part two are the insights. And then part three goes back to takeaways. What are the key takeaways? What's the point of this? And so it's similar to some of the elements of the proposal, but this is really great for just general delivery of a story, of a presentation, especially when you're including data, right? Because a big kind of problem that I see in a lot of communication that I've seen, but also I used to do is, you know, a lot of us are very data informed or like just extremely technical, and we understand what we're trying to say, but don't remember that our audience is not always us or people like us. And so we see a lot of like data dumps, right? Or like very technical language. Being able to distill that into this like observation, insight, takeaway methodology is storytelling. It's storytelling for technology. And so I highly recommend using that.
No, thank you so much. And we do have 5 minutes left, but before we leave, I want to ask you, Upasna, what are you working on in the next few months? Like which conferences can we see you at, or what's new? I know you said you have like a program or a course that you're really working on, but what else? What's new?
Oh my gosh, I'm actually so I'm basically transforming this workshop into a very simple and accessible online course. That probably won't be till the second half of the year, but I'm working on that with Shine Bootcamp. I'm only speaking at a couple of conferences this year. One is Digital Summit. I've been speaking with them for a while. And I'm actually really focusing right now on writing my book proposal. So it's been a long time coming, and it's definitely a lot of time consuming, but well worth the energy and time. And so I'm excited to kind of wrap that up and hopefully get that book proposal out to publishers, and find an agent by the springtime. So yeah, I'm mostly working on that right now.
We cannot wait for that. And when your book's out, you've got to come back and talk to us about that process of how to write a book, right?
Oh my gosh, yeah, I probably will, because it's gonna be so. Oh my god, I'm learning so much every day, and I wish, and I have a coach that I'm working with, so I learn so much, and I'm like mind blown every day. But I'm like, oh my gosh, let me get through this whole thing first before I start to pick apart what I'm actually learning. So yeah, I will be happy to come back and do that.
You should read all the comments that are coming in. Everybody's like, we love your Instagram. Congratulations. We love you. Thank you, Upasna. I mean, these are the comments. I think you should get used to it from our community. We love you so much. And again,
you know, on that note too, I have to say, like, when you, not you, anyone goes down this path of like becoming a speaker, but you think of yourself as a teacher, like, just stay humble with the fact that you don't know everything, and like you will continuously feel like the gratitude for all of the things that come your way, and more things will start to come your way. Because let me tell you, I've seen a lot of assholes run around these tech conference circuits too, and they get tired and old and they don't get invited back. Tired, old, usually old and white, but you know, they don't get invited back. And there is like this very huge lack of like EQ in the tech industry, as we all know. So like just expressing gratitude seems like this like monumental thing, and it's honestly not. So on that note, I have to say, like, thank you guys so much. Like it means so much to me, because I'll be honest, like 10 years into this, there are still days where I'm like, is anyone listening? Like, I don't know. Is this worth it? Like, am I helping? But this stuff
No,
definitely keeps me
I
going.
must tell you
Thank
that it is worth it. It's absolutely worth it. And I'm hoping that, the 50 people who attended the session are going to go and become tech conference speakers,
Oh yeah.
and that'll be incredible.
Yes.
Yeah, no, with that, I'd love for you to kind of close this out and talk about where can anybody kind of reach out to you? Is it Instagram, LinkedIn, where?
Twitter and Instagram would be the best. Again, I just very kindly request that if you have questions about, guidance on your public speaking journey and proposal and all that stuff, just go through please take the time to go through the exercises. So I can help me help you, right? Like, this is the point of this. I want this to be a launching point for you all. Take the time to go through this and get your ideas down on paper and create those mind maps. And then from there, I would love to see them. Please reach out and share the mind maps with me and your scoring. I would be more than happy to go through any of that with you as well. I do still have my mentorship hours up. There's a link in my Twitter and Instagram bio. You can book time with me for a 30-minute mentorship call. I had to reduce some of the time, but there's 2-hour blocks every Friday that you can book. And I think there's some openings up for March. So again, just please come prepared, and would be thrilled to help you all in your journey. And I hope and expect everyone in this room to be on some sort of digital or physical stage in the near future. So good luck to you all.
Well, thank you so much, Upasna. This was fantastic. And again, this event was recorded and we will be sharing it after. We do have a bunch of events tomorrow, workshops and panels, fundraising for minorities and women of color, how to build a community as a startup, and breaking into a FANG company with a top resume. We will be going over resumes, what's ATS enabled, what's not. So stay tuned for that. We will be sending out an email. And with that, I'm going to be closing out the session. Thank you again, everybody, and have a great night. Bye. See you.
Because you appeared on Zoom in traffic court, straight from the operating room. In the